Hey there, sleepy wasteland wanderers. Tonight, we're diving into the haunting beauty of the Fallout universe, where broken cities whisper forgotten stories, and every shadow hides a tale of survival. I'll be your guide through these glowing ruins, sharing quiet moments of hope, resilience, and the eerie calm of a world long gone. So, get cozy, dim the lights, and let the hum of your Pip-Boy light our way. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and check out our full Fallout playlist for more sleepy stories from the Wasteland. And if there's a Fallout tale you want to hear next, drop it in the comments. Now, close your eyes, breathe deep, and drift into the world of Fallout, where dreams wander just beyond the horizon. The afternoon sun hung low in the Commonwealth sky, casting long shadows across the weathered landscape where pre-war industry had once thrived. Golden light filtered through broken windows and twisted metal frameworks, transforming ruins into something almost beautiful in the gentle illumination. A soft breeze carried the scent of irradiated wildflowers that had learned to bloom in contaminated soil, their stubborn persistence a testament to life's determination to continue despite atomic devastation. Along a cracked asphalt road that wound between collapsed factory buildings, a solitary figure walked with measured steps. Dr. Elena Vasquez moved with the careful pace of someone accustomed to long journeys through uncertain territory. Her weathered leather boots finding purchase on uneven surfaces with practiced ease. Unlike the heavily armed travelers common to wasteland routes, she carried only a modest pack and a simple walking staff, tools of negotiation rather than violence, marking her as one of the Commonwealth's rare neutral mediators. Her clothing reflected both practicality and careful symbolism, sturdy traveling garments in earth tones that identified no particular faction, complemented by the distinctive blue armband of the followers of the apocalypse. Though she had left active service with that organization years ago, the symbol remained relevant to her current work, a universal sign of medical neutrality and humanitarian purpose recognized throughout the post-war territories. Dr. Vasquez paused at the crest of a small hill, removing a hand-drawn map from her coat pocket to verify her position against the landscape spread before her. The abandoned industrial complex that served as her destination stood approximately half a kilometer ahead, a sprawling factory compound whose partially collapsed structures created natural meeting spaces removed from any faction's direct influence. Smoke rising from carefully tended fires within the ruins indicated that both parties to tonight's mediation had arrived and established their respective camps according to her detailed instructions. The situation that had brought her to this desolate meeting ground represented one of the Commonwealth's more delicate diplomatic challenges. Millbrook Settlement, a relatively prosperous agricultural community, had accused a group of displaced families of systematic raiding and theft over the past 2 months. The accused families, calling themselves the Riverbend Collective after their former settlement destroyed by super mutant attacks, maintained their innocence while desperately seeking access to clean water sources that Millbrook controlled through geographic advantage. Previous attempts at resolution had failed disastrously, Millbrook's leadership refusing direct negotiation while the Riverbend families grew increasingly desperate as their temporary water sources dwindled. Violence had been narrowly avoided through the intervention of a traveling merchant who suggested Dr. Vasquez as someone with both the neutrality and skill necessary to prevent bloodshed through diplomatic resolution. As she approached the factory complex, more details became visible in the afternoon light. The main building retained most of its structural integrity, despite obvious age and neglect. Its high ceilings and industrial architecture creating cathedral-like spaces well suited for formal discussions. Smaller outbuildings provided private quarters where individual representatives could retreat for consultation or rest, while the central courtyard offered neutral ground for informal interaction between parties. Both camps had established themselves, with careful attention to the protocols she had specified in her preliminary communications. Millbrook's delegation occupied the eastern section of the complex, their neat arrangement of camping equipment and organized supply distribution reflecting the prosperity and order of their home settlement. The Riverbend families had settled in the western area, their more improvised camping arrangements speaking to months of displacement and uncertainty, yet maintained with the dignity of people determined to present themselves respectably despite their circumstances. Dr. Vasquez made her way to the central building where she would establish her own quarters and the formal meeting space. The afternoon light streaming through broken windows illuminated dust motes that danced in still air, creating an almost sacred atmosphere within the industrial cathedral. She moved with deliberate precision as she arranged her simple belongings, a sleeping roll, lantern, notebooks, and the modest supplies that sustained her during mediation assignments. A preparation ritual had developed over years of similar work throughout the Commonwealth. First, the careful arrangement of seating that would encourage productive discussion, chairs positioned to avoid confrontational direct facing while maintaining appropriate eye contact, with her own position central but not dominant. Then the establishment of communication protocols, designated times for formal sessions, procedures for private consultation, and emergency signals should tensions escalate beyond diplomatic management. As she worked, representatives from both factions approached the central building, their careful advance reflecting the nervous energy common to pre-negotiation encounters. Marshal Davidson, Millbrook's elected leader, presented himself with the confident bearing of someone accustomed to authority, his well-maintained clothing and healthy appearance contrasting sharply with most Wasteland inhabitants. Behind him walked two advisors whose alert expressions suggested security backgrounds, despite their civilian appearance. From the opposite direction came Sophia Martinez, speaking for the Riverbend Collective with the weary dignity of someone who had assumed leadership through necessity rather than ambition. Her companions, an elderly man with calloused hands that spoke of lifetime farming experience, and a younger woman whose hollow cheeks reflected months of inadequate nutrition, moved with the careful restraint of people who understood their precarious position in these negotiations. Dr. Vasquez, Marshal Davidson spoke first, his voice carrying the practiced authority of someone accustomed to commanding attention. Millbrook's settlement appreciates your willingness to mediate this situation. We hope your reputation for fair resolution proves justified, though I must note that certain facts are not subject to negotiation. Sophia Martinez responded before Dr. Vasquez could acknowledge the greeting, her tone controlled but carrying underlying tension. The Riverbend Collective seeks only justice and fair access to resources necessary for survival. We hope the doctor's neutrality extends to examining all evidence rather than accepting predetermined conclusions. These opening statements immediately revealed the challenge facing the mediation. Both parties convinced of their righteousness, with underlying implications of deception or bad faith on their opponent's part. Dr. Vasquez nodded acknowledgement to both representatives while maintaining carefully neutral expression, her years of experience providing immunity to attempts at early psychological positioning. Thank you both for accepting neutral mediation, she responded, her voice carrying the measured calm that characterized effective diplomatic intervention. This evening we will establish ground rules and basic positions. Tomorrow we begin substantive discussions aimed at resolution beneficial to all parties. I ask only that you maintain commitment to peaceful process and honest engagement with proposed solutions. The formal opening session commenced as afternoon transitioned toward evening, participants gathering in the central meeting space, illuminated by lanterns, arranged to provide adequate visibility without harsh shadows that might exacerbate tensions. Dr. Vasquez began with careful establishment of procedural framework, speaking protocols, consultation procedures, and the mutual agreements necessary for productive negotiation. Marshal Davidson presented Millbrook's position with organized precision, supported by written documentation and timeline construction that suggested careful preparation. According to his account, the Riverbend families had arrived in the region 3 months prior, initially requesting temporary assistance, which Millbrook had provided within their capability. However, systematic theft had begun soon afterward. Missing livestock, harvested crops taken from fields, and tools disappearing from unsecured locations. Our community has worked for years to establish agricultural stability, Davidson explained, his presentation supplemented by maps and production records. We cannot sustain losses at the scale we've experienced, while also supporting displaced populations who refuse to acknowledge their impact on our survival. Sophia Martinez listened with visible restraint, occasionally taking notes but maintaining disciplined silence until her opportunity to respond. When her turn came, she presented a substantially different narrative, one of systematic exclusion from resources, despite demonstrated willingness to work and contribute to regional stability. The Riverbend Collective approached Millbrook with offers of labor exchange for water access, she explained, her supporting documentation consisting primarily of personal testimonies and detailed accounts of rejected proposals. We were directed to temporary water sources that proved insufficient for sustained habitation. When we requested reconsideration, we were accused of theft without evidence or opportunity to respond to specific charges. The competing narratives revealed classic patterns Dr. Vasquez had encountered throughout her mediation career. Resource scarcity, creating zero-sum thinking where cooperation seemed impossible despite potential mutual benefit. Yet something in the precise nature of Millbrook's accusations troubled her professional instincts, particularly their specificity regarding lost items, contrasted with vague explanations of security measures. As the evening session concluded with establishment of next day's agenda, Dr. Vasquez retired to her private quarters within the factory complex. The industrial space had been transformed by careful arrangement into a functional office and sleeping area, lantern light creating pools of warm illumination against the vast darkness beyond. She spread her notes across an improvised desk, reviewing both parties' presentations while noting discrepancies and questions for further exploration. The night sounds of the wasteland filtered through broken windows, distant howling of coyotes, rustling of nocturnal creatures among the ruins, the subtle creaking of metal structures settling in cooling air. These familiar sounds provided backdrop to her methodical analysis, professional habits developed through dozens of similar mediations, where surface presentations rarely captured complete truth. Marshal Davidson's documentation impressed with its thoroughness, yet raised questions about surveillance capabilities that seemed inconsistent with typical settlement security. The detailed timeline of alleged thefts suggested monitoring far beyond what most agricultural communities could maintain, particularly given the distances involved and the variety of locations mentioned. Additionally, his references to security protocols implied defensive measures unusual for communities focused primarily on farming and trade. Sophia Martinez's presentation, while less formally organized, demonstrated consistency in personal accounts that would be difficult to fabricate across multiple witnesses. More significantly, her specific requests for work arrangements suggested genuine desire for sustainable relationship rather than temporary exploitation. The Riverbend family's willingness to accept mediation, despite their desperate circumstances, indicated commitment to peaceful resolution that contrasted with typical raider behavior. Dr. Vasquez continued her review late into the night, cross-referencing details and identifying areas requiring clarification during subsequent sessions. Her experience had taught the value of patience in uncovering underlying factors that surface presentations often concealed, whether through deliberate deception or unconscious omission of information considered irrelevant by the parties involved. As midnight approached, she extinguished the lantern and settled into her sleeping role, though sleep came slowly as her mind continued processing the day's information. The factory complex settled into deeper quiet, both camps having established their own night watch routines while maintaining the careful distance that prevented accidental provocation during vulnerable sleeping hours. Dawn arrived with subtle illumination filtering through the eastern windows, gradually revealing the industrial cathedral in gentle morning light. Dr. Vasquez woke, naturally, her internal clock adjusted to early rising through years of travel and outdoor living. She prepared for the day with methodical efficiency. Simple breakfast from preserved supplies, review of notes and planned discussion topics, mental preparation for what promised to be challenging negotiations. The morning session began with both parties demonstrating increased tension, the night's rest having apparently intensified rather than reduced their position's rigidity. Marshall Davidson's presentation had expanded to include financial calculations demonstrating Millbrook's losses, while Sophia Martinez countered with detailed accounts of deteriorating conditions among the Riverbend families as their water situation became increasingly desperate. Dr. Vasquez guided the discussion through systematic examination of specific incidents, seeking areas where accounts might be reconciled or alternative explanations developed. The process revealed increasing complexity as details emerged. Stolen items that were later found in unexpected locations, witnesses whose accounts shifted under careful questioning, and timeline discrepancies that suggested either confused memories or deliberate misdirection. During the midday break, while both parties retreated to their respective camps for consultation and rest, Dr. Vasquez remained in the central building, reviewing her expanding notes. The pattern emerging from detailed examination troubled her professional assessment. Not the typical resource conflict she had initially expected, but something more complex, involving information neither party was fully sharing. Her attention was drawn to inconsistencies in Marshall Davidson's security arrangements. References to perimeter monitoring and inventory tracking systems suggested technological capabilities beyond typical settlement resources, particularly for a community supposedly focused on agricultural production. Additionally, his precise knowledge of Riverbend families' movements implied surveillance capabilities that raised questions about his claims of victimization. As afternoon light slanted through the factory windows, Dr. Vasquez made a decision that her mediation training had prepared her for, but hoped would not be necessary. Rather than continuing with scheduled formal sessions, she would need to conduct independent verification of key claims, a delicate process that required maintaining her neutral status while gathering information both parties might prefer to conceal. She approached Marshall Davidson during the afternoon consultation period, requesting permission to visit Millbrook's settlement to examine physical evidence of the alleged thefts. His response revealed the first crack in his previously confident presentation. Invisible hesitation, followed by explanation that such visits might compromise settlement security or create precedent for unwanted intrusion. Our defensive preparations are necessarily confidential, he explained, his tone maintaining authority while betraying underlying nervousness. Surely the documentation we've provided sufficiently demonstrates the scope of our losses without requiring exposure of our security measures. This response confirmed Dr. Vasquez's growing suspicion that Millbrook's presentation concealed significant information. She acknowledged his concern while diplomatically insisting that effective mediation required examination of physical evidence when available, particularly given the serious nature of theft accusations that could result in permanent exclusion or worse, consequences for the accused families. Sophia Martinez, when approached with similar requests to visit the Riverbend camp, agreed immediately, with obvious relief at the opportunity to demonstrate their circumstances directly. Her eagerness to provide access contrasted sharply with Marshal Davidson's reluctance, adding weight to Dr. Vasquez's developing assessment of the situation's true nature. The evening session proceeded with increased tension, as both parties recognized the mediation's shift toward investigative mode. Dr. Vasquez maintained carefully neutral presentation while announcing her intention to conduct site visits the following day, emphasizing that such examinations served the interests of accurate resolution rather than favoring either party's position. That night she remained wakeful longer than usual, lantern light illuminating her notes as she developed strategy for the next day's investigation. Her years of wasteland travel had taught skills beyond formal mediation, observation techniques, evidence assessment, and the careful questioning necessary to uncover truth from incomplete or deliberately misleading information. The sounds of the night seemed more restless than previously, though whether this reflected her own heightened awareness or actual increased activity among the camps remained unclear. Occasional voices carried across the complex, fragments of conversation from both Millbrook and Riverbend representatives, as they undoubtedly discussed the mediation's unexpected direction. Dawn brought clarity to her planned approach. Rather than conducting formal visits with full delegation accompaniment, she would travel to each location with minimal escort, allowing more natural observation of conditions and circumstances both parties preferred to present on their own terms. This methodology risked accusations of bias from either side, but promised better access to underlying factors driving the conflict. Her visit to the Riverbend camp revealed conditions worse than Sophia Martinez's dignified presentation had suggested. The displaced families had established their temporary settlement with impressive organization, despite obvious resource limitations, but signs of prolonged hardship were evident in worn equipment, carefully rationed supplies, and the hollow-eyed exhaustion visible among children and elderly members. Most significantly, their water storage and procurement systems demonstrated desperate efficiency rather than the casual abundance that successful raiding would have provided. Dr. Vasquez observed collection systems designed to maximize every possible source, rainwater capture, dew collection, and careful recycling, that indicated people making do with minimal resources rather than benefiting from stolen abundance. The family's agricultural attempts were equally revealing. Small plots of carefully tended crops using seeds clearly saved from their destroyed original settlement, rather than varieties that would have been available through theft from Millbrook's established fields. Their tool maintenance showed the careful preservation of items too valuable to risk through casual use, contrasting with the casual replacement that successful theft would have enabled. Her subsequent visit to Millbrook's settlement provided stark contrast. that immediately explained Marshall Davidson's reluctance to allow inspection. The community's prosperity exceeded anything suggested by his presentation. Extensive agricultural operations, well-maintained infrastructure, and resource abundance that spoke to income sources beyond simple farming and trade. Most revealing were the security installations visible throughout the settlement. Sophisticated monitoring equipment, communication arrays, and defensive preparations far exceeding typical agricultural community requirements. The technology appeared to be salvaged and modified pre-war equipment, suggesting either exceptional scavenging success or access to previously unknown resource caches. Dr. Vasquez conducted her observation with the careful discretion her training had emphasized, noting details without obvious investigation that might compromise her access or provoke defensive responses. However, Marshall Davidson's nervous oversight of her visit made comprehensive assessment difficult. His constant presence clearly intended to limit what she might discover independently. The return journey to the factory complex provided opportunity for reflection on what she had observed. The contrast between communities was so stark that initial theft accusations became implausible. The Riverbend families clearly lacked resources that successful raiding would have provided, while Millbrook's wealth suggested income sources they preferred not to acknowledge publicly. Her evening notes captured these observations in careful language that maintained professional neutrality while documenting evidence that challenged the presented narrative. The mediation had evolved beyond simple resource conflict into investigation of deeper deceptions, requiring delicate handling to achieve resolution without destroying the diplomatic process entirely. That night brought unexpected development as she reviewed her findings by lantern light. Soft footsteps outside the central building announced approaching visitor, the careful advance suggesting someone seeking discreet conversation rather than formal communication. Dr. Vasquez extinguished her lantern and moved to the window, observing a figure approaching from the direction of Millbrook's camp. The visitor proved to be one of Marshall Davidson's advisors, the younger woman whose alert bearing had suggested security background. She approached the building with obvious nervousness, frequently checking over her shoulder as though concerned about observation from her own camp. "Dr. Vasquez," she called softly when she reached the entrance. "May I speak with you privately? There are things about this situation that you need to understand." This development represented both opportunity and risk for the mediation process. Private communication from one party's representative could provide crucial information while potentially compromising perceived neutrality. Dr. Vasquez weighed these factors quickly before opening the door, professional judgment determining that truth-seeking justified the procedural risk. The advisor, who identified herself as Maria Santos, carried visible tension as she entered the meeting space. Her presentation lacked the confidence she had displayed during formal sessions, replaced by obvious internal conflict between loyalty and conscience. "What I'm about to tell you could destroy my position in Millbrook," she began, her voice barely above a whisper despite their relative privacy. "But these accusations against the displaced families are based on deception, and I can't remain silent while potentially causing greater injustice." Her revelation transformed Dr. Vasquez's understanding of the entire conflict. According to Maria's account, Millbrook had discovered pre-war chemical storage caches during expansion of their agricultural operations 6 months prior. Industrial compounds with significant trade value throughout the Commonwealth. The community's sudden prosperity stemmed from discreet sales of these materials, rather than agricultural success as publicly presented. The theft accusations against the Riverbend families had been manufactured to justify excluding them from the area, preventing potential discovery of Millbrook's valuable secret. Items had been deliberately moved or hidden to create evidence of theft, while surveillance capabilities were used to track the family's movements and anticipate their responses to accusations. Marshall Davidson fears that permanent settlement by displaced families would inevitably lead to discovery of our chemical reserves, Maria explained, her words carrying both guilt and fear. He believes maintaining the secret is worth any deception necessary. But I've watched those families' children grow weaker, while we prosper from hidden wealth. This information provided the missing context for all inconsistencies Dr. Vasquez had noted. Millbrook's unusual security capabilities, the precision of their theft accusations, their reluctance to allow independent investigation, and the stark contrast with the Riverbend family's obvious deprivation. The entire mediation had been requested not to resolve legitimate conflict but to provide official sanction for predetermined exclusion based on fabricated evidence. Dr. Vasquez listened without interruption, understanding that Maria's decision to reveal this information represented significant personal risk and internal struggle. When the account concluded, she posed careful questions that verified details without creating additional legal or security concerns for the whistleblower. "What outcome would you consider just?" she asked finally, recognizing that Maria's unique position provided insight into potential solutions that might satisfy both communities' actual needs rather than their presented positions. Maria's response demonstrated thoughtful consideration of sustainable resolution rather than simple exposure of deception. The Riverbend families need reliable water access and opportunity to establish permanent settlement. Millbrook needs assurance that their chemical reserves remain secret. Both goals are achievable if we can move beyond the false accusations and address actual requirements. This framework provided the foundation for resolution, though implementing it would require delicate handling of face-saving measures for Marshall Davidson, while ensuring justice for the falsely accused families. Dr. Vasquez spent the remainder of the night developing a strategy that might achieve both objectives without completely destroying trust between the communities or exposing Maria to retaliation for her revelations. The morning session began with dramatically changed dynamics as Dr. Vasquez announced her findings from the site visits. Rather than directly exposing the deception, she presented alternative explanation for the observed evidence, suggesting that miscommunication and misunderstanding had created false impressions on both sides, allowing face-saving withdrawal from untenable positions. Based on my investigation, I believe this conflict stems from resource anxiety rather than actual theft, she announced, her careful language providing Marshall Davidson opportunity to accept graceful resolution. Both communities face legitimate security concerns that have created defensive responses mistaken for hostile actions. The framework she proposed addressed actual needs while avoiding direct confrontation over the manufactured evidence. Millbrook would provide water access through infrastructure development that maintained distance from their sensitive areas, while the Riverbend families would establish permanent settlement in designated zones that offered genuine agricultural opportunity without threatening discovered resources. Marshall Davidson initially resisted this resolution, maintaining his accusations while demanding punishment for alleged theft. However, Dr. Vasquez's patient presentation of evidence inconsistencies gradually weakened his position, particularly when Sofia Martinez offered specific cooperation measures that demonstrated good faith commitment to peaceful coexistence. The breakthrough came when Dr. Vasquez privately suggested to Davidson that continued accusations might invite outside investigation that could expose more than he wished revealed. This diplomatic threat, delivered with professional courtesy but unmistakable implication, created incentive for accepting resolution that preserved his community's secrets while providing justice for the falsely accused families. The final agreement emerged through careful compromise that addressed genuine needs while allowing both parties to maintain dignity. Water access would be provided through shared infrastructure development. Permanent settlement boundaries would be established with mutual security guarantees, and future disputes would be resolved through established mediation protocols rather than accusation and exclusion. As afternoon light faded through the factory windows, both parties signed the formal agreement that would govern their future relationship. The document represented more than simple resource allocation. It established precedent for peaceful resolution of similar conflicts throughout the Commonwealth, demonstrating that diplomacy could achieve sustainable solutions where force would only create temporary advantage. Dr. Vasquez completed her mediation duties with the satisfaction of crisis averted and justice preserved, though the moral complexity of the resolution remained troubling. Truth had been served indirectly through practical outcome rather than direct exposure, allowing continuation of Millbrook's deception while preventing injustice to innocent families. As she prepared for departure the following morning, Maria Santos approached once more with final private communication. "Thank you for finding a way to serve justice without destroying either community," she said quietly. "Sometimes the perfect solution isn't available, but honorable compromise can serve truth better than destructive honesty." This wisdom captured the essential challenge of wasteland diplomacy. Achieving sustainable peace often required accepting moral ambiguity rather than demanding absolute righteousness. Dr. Vasquez acknowledged the insight while privately resolving to monitor the agreement's implementation through future contact with both communities. The journey away from the factory complex provided opportunity for reflection on the mediation's lessons. Truth had been served through practical resolution rather than public exposure. Justice achieved through compromise rather than punishment, and peace established through acceptance of complexity rather than demand for simple answers. As the industrial ruins faded behind her, Dr. Vasquez turned her attention toward the next mediation request that had already reached her through Commonwealth communication networks. Miles away, at the imposing concrete structure of Hoover Dam, faction representatives were already arriving for negotiations that would determine control of the region's most valuable power source. As security teams established defensive positions and diplomatic quarters were prepared within the dam's administrative sections, tensions that had simmered since the Second Battle were about to be tested once more, this time through words rather than warfare. While our mediator completed her journey toward peaceful resolution, our next tale beckons from the conference rooms where old enemies must find new understanding. Join us for the Treaty of the Dam. The Colorado River moved with ancient persistence through the desert landscape, its waters darkened by centuries of radiation and industrial runoff, yet still carrying the life-sustaining force that had drawn civilization to this harsh region long before atomic fire had reshaped the world. Above the river's steady flow, the massive concrete structure of Hoover Dam rose like a monument to pre-war engineering. Its Art Deco towers and curved walls, weathered but unbroken, testament to human ambition that had outlasted the civilization that created it. Morning light painted the dam's concrete surfaces in warm hues of gold and amber, highlighting architectural details that had been crafted with both functional purpose and aesthetic consideration. The structure's imposing presence dominated the narrow canyon, its generators still humming with the electrical power that made it the most valuable strategic asset in the western wasteland. Steam rose from the facility's cooling systems, creating ethereal wisps that caught the early sunlight before dissipating into the clear desert air. Within the dam's administrative complex, a series of conference rooms had been prepared for negotiations that would determine the facility's future governance. These spaces, originally designed for pre-war bureaucratic meetings, now hosted discussions that could reshape the balance of power across multiple territories. The rooms retained their formal atmosphere despite decades of improvised maintenance. Polished tables surrounded by chairs that had been carefully repaired, walls bearing faction banners where corporate logos had once displayed, and windows offering commanding views of the strategic asset under negotiation. Ambassador Catherine Reed moved through these prepared spaces with the measured confidence of someone whose reputation had been built through successful resolution of seemingly impossible diplomatic challenges. Her appearance balanced authority with approachability, professional attire that commanded respect without intimidating, bearing that suggested competence while remaining warm enough to encourage honest communication. The briefcase she carried contained months of preparation for this moment: territorial maps, resource allocation proposals, precedent studies from similar multi-party agreements, and the detailed behavioral assessments of each faction's negotiating representatives. Her selection for this crucial mediation had resulted from careful consideration by all three participating factions. The new California Republic respected her previous work, facilitating trade agreements that had benefited their expanding territory. The new Vegas Independent faction trusted her neutrality, following her successful mediation of several casino disputes that had threatened the region's stability. The Great Khans acknowledged her understanding of their cultural values after she had helped negotiate grazing rights that preserved their traditional lifestyle while preventing conflict with settled communities. The negotiations represented the first formal attempt at cooperative resource management since the Second Battle of Hoover Dam had established the current territorial boundaries. Years of tense coexistence had demonstrated that military control alone could not optimize the facility's potential. The complex technical requirements of maintaining hydroelectric operations while managing regional power distribution demanded cooperation that transcended factional rivalry. Ambassador Reed paused in the main conference room, reviewing the seating arrangements she had spent considerable time designing. The circular table eliminated hierarchical positioning while ensuring equal access to presentation materials and natural lighting. Each faction's section was marked by their distinctive banners: the two-headed bear of the NCR, the playing card suits representing New Vegas independence, and the Great Khan's tribal symbols, but positioned to emphasize shared participation rather than territorial division. The morning's preliminary session would establish procedural framework before addressing substantive issues that had defied resolution for years. Power distribution quotas, maintenance responsibilities, security arrangements, and territorial access rights all required careful negotiation among parties whose previous interactions had more often involved warfare than cooperation. Reed understood that achieving agreement would require not just compromise on specific issues, but fundamental shift in how these factions perceived their relationship to each other and to the strategic resource they sought to control. As the appointed hour approached, representatives began arriving at the conference facility with the careful dignity appropriate to such momentous negotiations. The NCR delegation entered first, their military bearing and formal uniforms reflecting their government's institutional approach to diplomatic process. Colonel Marcus Torres led their negotiating team, his decorated service record and reputation for strategic thinking making him ideal for discussions that balanced military concerns with civilian resource needs. The New Vegas representatives arrived with the calculated informality that characterized their faction's approach to serious business. Expensive suits that suggested prosperity, while avoiding the rigid formality that might be mistaken for weakness. Robert House's designated negotiator, Elena Vasquez, no relation to the mediator from the previous tale, carried herself with the quiet confidence of someone accustomed to high-stakes discussions where fortunes were won and lost through careful calculation rather than armed conflict. The Great Khan's delegation presented the most complex challenge for formal diplomatic protocol, their traditional dress and cultural customs requiring accommodation within structured negotiation format. Elder Maria Reyes led their representatives with the wisdom and authority that came from leading her people through decades of survival in hostile territory. Her presence commanded respect through demonstrated competence rather than formal titles. Her understanding of both traditional values and contemporary realities, making her essential for any agreement that would honor Khan culture while accepting modern necessities. Ambassador Reed welcomed each delegation with appropriate protocol, her greeting tailored to acknowledge their distinct cultural expectations while establishing the neutral framework necessary for productive discussion. The formal opening ceremony combined elements from each faction's traditions: NCR military courtesy, New Vegas commercial professionalism, and Great Khan respect for elder wisdom, creating shared ritual that emphasized common purpose despite historical antagonism. Representatives of three great factions, Reed began as the delegations settled into their designated positions. We gather to address a challenge that transcends any single territory's interests. Hoover Dam represents more than strategic asset. It embodies the possibility of cooperation that serves all our people's welfare, while respecting each faction's legitimate concerns and cultural values. The opening statements from each delegation revealed both common ground and fundamental disagreements that would require careful navigation. Colonel Torres emphasized the NCR's commitment to efficient resource distribution and professional facility management, while acknowledging the need for arrangements that prevented renewed military conflict. Elena Vasquez focused on economic optimization and technological innovation that could benefit all parties through enhanced power generation and distribution capabilities. Elder Reyes spoke of traditional Great Khan values regarding shared resources and territorial respect, while recognizing the practical necessities of modern power infrastructure. As the morning session progressed, Reed guided discussion through systematic examination of each major issue area, identifying points where factional interests aligned, while noting areas requiring substantial compromise. The process revealed complexity beyond simple resource division. Technical considerations about facility operations, security concerns regarding access and sabotage, economic questions about cost sharing and benefit distribution, and cultural issues regarding territorial sovereignty and traditional rights. During the midday recess, while delegates retreated to their respective quarters for consultation and meal preparation, Reed remained in the conference room, reviewing her notes and adjusting strategy based on observed interactions. The morning's discussions had revealed personality dynamics and negotiating styles that would influence her approach to more contentious afternoon sessions. Colonel Torres demonstrated methodical analysis and institutional thinking that valued precedent and systematic approach. Elena Vasquez showed quick adaptation and creative problem-solving that sought win-win solutions through innovative arrangements. Elder Reyes displayed patient wisdom and cultural insight that emphasized long-term consequences over immediate advantage. The afternoon session began with increased tension as discussions moved from general principles to specific allocation numbers and procedural details. Power distribution percentages, maintenance cost sharing, security personnel arrangements, and territorial access schedules all required precise agreement that balanced competing interests while ensuring practical functionality. Reed employed various mediation techniques to maintain productive dialogue, strategic breaks when tensions escalated, bilateral consultations when deadlock threatened, and careful reframing of proposals to emphasize mutual benefit rather than zero-sum competition. As evening approached, the first signs of deliberate sabotage began to manifest in ways subtle enough to avoid immediate confrontation, but disruptive enough to threaten the negotiation process. Technical documents that had been carefully prepared for afternoon review were discovered to contain transcription errors that distorted key figures and legal references. Communication equipment experienced intermittent failures that prevented delegates from consulting with their home bases during crucial decision points. Climate control systems malfunctioned repeatedly, creating uncomfortable conditions that shortened attention spans and increased irritability among participants. Reed initially attributed these problems to the facility's age and the stress of hosting high-level negotiations, but the pattern of disruptions began to suggest deliberate interference. Each incident individually appeared minor enough to constitute mere inconvenience, yet collectively they created cumulative frustration that threatened the diplomatic process's stability. Her experience with complex negotiations had taught recognition of such patterns. The subtle sabotage that sought to derail agreement without creating obvious evidence of bad faith. During the evening recess, while delegates attended separate dinners in their designated quarters, Reed conducted discreet investigation of the technical problems plaguing the day's sessions. Her examination of the conference facilities revealed evidence of tampering too sophisticated for casual vandalism. Communication jammers positioned to affect specific frequency ranges used by faction radio equipment. Environmental control systems reprogrammed to create discomfort without triggering obvious malfunction alerts, and document storage areas that showed signs of professional infiltration rather than random interference. The scope and sophistication of the sabotage suggested involvement by someone with detailed knowledge of both the facility's technical systems and the negotiation process itself. Reed's suspicion focused on the possibility of inside involvement, someone with legitimate access to the conference areas who possessed both technical capability and motivation to prevent successful agreement. This realization transformed her role from diplomatic facilitator to discreet investigator, requiring careful balance between maintaining negotiation momentum and identifying the saboteur before more serious disruption occurred. Her investigation began with systematic examination of personnel who had access to the affected systems and areas. Facility maintenance staff, security personnel, and support staff from all three factions had various levels of access that could explain the observed sabotage. Reed conducted casual conversations with key individuals, presenting her inquiries as concern for conference logistics rather than formal investigation that might alert the saboteur to her awareness of deliberate interference. The breakthrough came through observation rather than direct questioning. During her evening review of the day's events, Reed noticed that one individual had been present in all areas where sabotage had occurred, with technical access that would explain capability to implement the observed interference. James Morrison, a communications technician assigned to maintain contact between NCR delegation and their Sacramento headquarters, possessed both opportunity and technical knowledge necessary for the systematic destruction. Further discreet observation revealed Morrison's nervous behavior whenever sabotage incidents were discussed. His knowledge of technical details that exceeded what his assigned duties would require, and his subtle attempts to encourage factional representatives toward positions that would make agreement more difficult. Reed realized that Morrison's sabotage served no single faction's interests. Instead, it appeared designed to prevent any agreement that would establish precedent for cooperative resource management among major wasteland powers. The motivation became clearer through careful listening to Morrison's casual comments and interactions with other personnel. His background included service with various trading companies that profited from factional instability and resource competition. Successful cooperation at Hoover Dam would establish model for similar agreements throughout the Wasteland, potentially reducing demand for mercenary services and competitive resource extraction that sustained his previous employer's business models. Reed faced the delicate challenge of exposing Morrison's sabotage without disrupting the negotiation process or creating factional suspicions that might be difficult to resolve. Her solution required careful timing and presentation that would eliminate the disruption while maintaining trust among the primary negotiating parties. She arranged to catch Morrison in the act of implementing additional sabotage, providing clear evidence while ensuring witnesses from multiple factions observed his activities. The confrontation occurred during the evening technical maintenance period, when Morrison attempted to install additional communication jamming equipment in the main conference room. Reed had positioned herself to observe this activity while ensuring that representatives from each faction would witness the sabotage attempt. When Morrison was discovered with the illegal equipment, his guilt was immediately apparent to all observers, eliminating any possibility of factional accusations regarding the disruption source. Morrison's removal from the facility and the explanation of his sabotage activities had the unexpected effect of strengthening cooperation among the faction representatives. The revelation that external interests had sought to prevent their agreement created shared sense of purpose that transcended their previous competitive positioning. Colonel Torres, Elena Vasquez, and Elder Reyes found common ground in their determination to achieve agreement despite outside interference, their anger at the manipulation creating incentive for success that previous diplomatic appeals had not achieved. The subsequent negotiation sessions proceeded with renewed focus and collaborative spirit. Technical issues that had seemed intractable during previous discussions found resolution through creative compromise that served all parties' essential needs while respecting their distinct cultural and political requirements. Power distribution was allocated based on population needs and industrial capacity rather than strict territorial control. Maintenance responsibilities were shared according to technical capability and resource availability. Security arrangements balanced access requirements with legitimate defensive concerns. The most challenging aspect of the agreement involved reconciling Great Khan traditional values with the technical realities of modern power infrastructure management. Elder Reyes required assurance that her people's cultural practices would be respected while accepting necessary limitations on traditional territorial movement near critical facility areas. This balance was achieved through an innovative arrangement that designated certain areas for traditional Great Khan activities, while ensuring that technical operations remained secure and efficient. As the negotiations entered their final phase, Reed guided the process toward comprehensive agreement that addressed both immediate operational requirements and long-term governance framework. The treaty would establish Joint Administration Council with rotating leadership, dispute resolution procedures that emphasized diplomatic solution over military action, and review mechanisms that allowed adaptation to changing circumstances while maintaining stable cooperative foundation. The signing ceremony took place in the main conference room as sunset painted the Colorado River in brilliant colors visible through the facility's windows. Representatives from all three factions affixed their signatures to documents that would govern Hoover Dam operations for years to come, their cooperation representing precedent for similar agreements throughout the post-war territories. The treaty represented more than resource sharing. It demonstrated that former enemies could find common ground when focused on mutual benefit rather than competitive advantage. Reed's closing remarks emphasized the broader significance of their achievement while acknowledging the challenges that would accompany implementation. Today's agreement proves that cooperation can serve all parties better than competition when approached with good faith and creative problem solving. The precedent established here will influence similar negotiations throughout the Wasteland, demonstrating that former conflicts need not determine future relationships. The evening celebration following the signing ceremony brought together representatives who had begun the week as suspicious negotiators and concluded as collaborative partners in managing crucial regional infrastructure. The informal interactions during dinner and evening conversation revealed personal connections that transcended factional boundaries. Shared experiences of wasteland survival, common concern for civilian welfare, and mutual respect for professional competence demonstrated during the negotiation process. Colonel Torres spoke privately with Reed during the evening reception, expressing appreciation for her skilled navigation of both diplomatic challenges and sabotage crisis. "Your handling of the Morrison situation could have destroyed trust among our delegations," he noted with professional respect. "Instead, you turned external threat into unifying force that strengthened our cooperation. That's the mark of exceptional diplomatic skill." Elena Vasquez offered similar praise while discussing implementation challenges that would arise during the treaty's early months. "Managing 3 different administrative cultures will require continued mediation and problem solving," she observed thoughtfully. "I hope we can call upon your services when inevitable adjustment issues arise." Elder Reyes provided perhaps the most meaningful acknowledgement from Reed's perspective, her words carrying the weight of cultural tradition and elder wisdom. "You honored our values while helping us adapt to new realities," she said with quiet dignity. "That balance between respect and progress represents true understanding of what cooperation means among different peoples." As the evening concluded and representatives prepared for departure the following morning, Reed reflected on the week's achievements while documenting lessons learned for future complex mediations. The treaty represented successful resolution of immediate resource allocation challenges, but perhaps more importantly, it established framework for ongoing cooperation that could serve as model for similar agreements throughout the post-war territories. The technical aspects of the sabotage investigation had provided valuable insights into the external pressures that sought to prevent cooperative agreements among major wasteland factions. Reed made detailed notes regarding security measures necessary for future high-level negotiations, recognition of sabotage patterns, and the importance of maintaining unity among negotiating parties when external threats were identified. Her personal satisfaction came not just from successful treaty completion, but from observation of genuine relationship building among representatives who had arrived as factional competitors and departed as collaborative partners. The informal conversations, shared meals, and evening discussions had created personal connections that would facilitate ongoing cooperation beyond formal treaty requirements. The morning departure ceremony maintained the dignified formality appropriate to such significant achievement, with each delegation expressing appreciation for the mediation process and commitment to faithful treaty implementation. The documents would be transported to respective faction headquarters for ratification, but the personal agreements reached among individual representatives ensured that implementation would proceed with good faith effort from all parties. Reed remained at the dam facility for additional hours after the delegation's departure, completing final documentation and coordinating with facility management regarding transition to joint administration structure. The agreement would require months of detailed implementation planning, but the fundamental framework had been established through successful negotiation that balanced competing interests while serving common objectives. As afternoon light slanted across the Colorado River, Reed prepared for her own departure with the satisfaction of crisis averted and cooperation established where conflict had once seemed inevitable. The treaty would face implementation challenges and require ongoing diplomatic maintenance, but its existence proved that former enemies could find common ground when approached with appropriate skill and genuine commitment to mutual benefit. The journey away from Hoover Dam provided opportunity for reflection on diplomatic lessons learned and their application to future mediation challenges already awaiting attention throughout the post-war territories. Reed's reputation for successful, complex negotiation would undoubtedly bring additional requests for intervention in situations where cooperation seemed impossible, but remained essential for regional stability and civilian welfare. While Ambassador Reed traveled toward her next diplomatic assignment miles away in the heart of the capital Wasteland, an ambitious Ghoul was putting finishing touches on a remarkable project. The old convention center had been transformed through months of careful renovation into something unprecedented, a truly neutral meeting space where any faction could negotiate without fear or favoritism. As the first major diplomatic gathering prepared to convene at this new embassy, representatives from across the wasteland were already arriving with hopes for peaceful resolution and suspicions about whether such neutrality could truly exist. While our treaty negotiators return to implement their hard-won agreements, our next tale beckons from the gleaming halls of an unprecedented experiment in wasteland diplomacy. Join us for the Wasteland Embassy. The morning sun cast long shadows across the capital wasteland, its golden rays illuminating a structure that stood as testament to post-war ambition and diplomatic vision. What had once been the DuPont Circle Convention Center now rose from the devastated landscape as something unprecedented in the atomic age, a true neutral embassy where any faction, settlement, or individual could seek diplomatic resolution without fear of prejudice or betrayal. The building's restored facade gleamed with fresh paint and carefully repaired masonry, while banners from dozens of wasteland factions flew alongside a distinctive white flag bearing the olive branch symbol of enforced neutrality. The transformation had taken 3 years of meticulous planning and construction under the guidance of Marcus Cole, a Ghoul whose pre-war diplomatic experience and post-war survival had uniquely qualified him for this ambitious undertaking. His vision had attracted support from unexpected sources: traders who profited from peaceful routes, settlements tired of constant conflict, and even some faction leaders who recognized the value of neutral ground for resolving disputes without loss of face or military resources. The embassy's architecture balanced grandeur with accessibility, its renovated interior featuring conference rooms of various sizes to accommodate everything from bilateral trade disputes to complex multi-party territorial negotiations. The main reception hall soared 3 stories high, its restored ceiling murals depicting scenes of cooperation and commerce that had been carefully painted to avoid favoring any particular faction or ideology. Comfortable seating areas encouraged informal discussion, while private consultation rooms allowed confidential deliberations away from potential surveillance or pressure. Most importantly, the embassy maintained absolute weapon-free status through sophisticated security measures that detected and safely stored any armaments brought by visitors. This policy extended to all personnel, regardless of rank or affiliation, even Brotherhood of Steel paladins. And NCR officers submitted to the same disarmament procedures that applied to raiders and mercenaries. The message was clear. Within these walls, words served as the only acceptable weapons for resolving conflict. As morning light streamed through tall windows that had been carefully restored with bulletproof glass, Marcus Cole completed his daily inspection of the embassy's facilities with the methodical attention that had preserved this sanctuary through 2 years of successful operation. His ghoulish features, weathered by centuries of radiation exposure, carried the dignity of someone whose personal sacrifices had created something larger than individual ambition. The formal diplomatic attire he wore, carefully tailored to accommodate his altered physique while maintaining professional appearance, reflected his commitment to treating all visitors with equal respect, regardless of their own appearance or background. The day's agenda promised particular challenges, as representatives from multiple factions gathered to negotiate caravan route security through a contested mountain pass. The Brotherhood of Steel claimed territorial authority based on their mission to secure dangerous technology, while the Enclave remnants asserted prior military claim to the strategic position. Local raider groups argued for recognition of their de facto control, and several trading companies demanded access based on economic necessity. Previous attempts at resolution had resulted in armed confrontation that served no party's interests, while disrupting crucial supply lines. Cole paused in the main conference room designated for the day's negotiations, reviewing seating arrangements that balanced competing requirements for recognition, security, and practical communication. The circular table design eliminated hierarchical positioning while ensuring equal access to presentation materials and translation services when needed. Each faction's section displayed their distinctive symbols: the gear and sword of the Brotherhood, the oil rig emblem of Enclave survivors, various raider iconography and corporate logos from trading enterprises, but positioned to emphasize shared participation rather than territorial division. The morning's preliminary session would establish procedural framework before addressing the substantive issues that had defied resolution through conventional negotiation. Route access schedules, security responsibilities, toll structures, and enforcement mechanisms all required careful balance among parties whose previous interactions had typically involved violence rather than cooperation. Cole understood that achieving agreement would require not just compromise on specific terms, but fundamental shift in how these factions perceived their relationship to shared infrastructure and mutual commercial interests. As delegates began arriving at the embassy complex, Cole greeted each group with the careful protocol that had established his reputation for absolute neutrality. The Brotherhood delegation entered with military precision, their power armor replaced by formal uniforms that respected the weapon-free environment while maintaining their distinctive identity. Knight Captain Sarah Chen led their negotiating team, her background in logistics and supply chain management making her ideal for discussions that balance security concerns with commercial realities. The Enclave representatives arrived, with the calculated dignity that characterized their faction's approach to formal proceedings. Expensive civilian attire that suggested authority while avoiding the military uniforms that might provoke hostile reactions from other participants. Colonel Augustus Webb served as their primary negotiator, his experience in pre-war corporate diplomacy complementing post-war survival skills that enabled pragmatic assessment of contemporary realities. The Raider delegation presented the greatest challenge for formal diplomatic protocol, their diverse leadership reflecting the loose confederation of groups that controlled various portions of the disputed territory. Marcus Iron Eye Vance spoke for the larger Raider coalition, his reputation for cunning rather than casual brutality making him uniquely qualified for negotiations where intimidation held no value. His presence commanded respect through demonstrated competence in organizing Raider activities around strategic rather than purely predatory objectives. The trading company representatives brought commercial perspective that often proved crucial for sustainable agreements. Their interest in profitable operations rather than territorial control, providing common ground that transcended factional rivalry. Rebecca Morrison, chief negotiator for Crimson Caravan, carried authority derived from successful management of supply networks throughout multiple territories. Her practical focus on logistics and profit margins often identified solutions that satisfied competing interests through creative economic arrangements. Cole welcomed each delegation with appropriate ceremony, his greeting tailored to acknowledge their distinct cultural expectations while establishing the neutral framework necessary for productive discussion. The formal opening recognized the significance of their gathering, the first attempt at cooperative route management involving both legitimate factions and raider groups within the embassy's neutral environment. Representatives of 4 distinct approaches to wasteland governance, Cole began, as the delegations settled into their designated positions. We gather to address challenges that affect all your territory's prosperity and security. The Mountain Pass route represents more than a commercial pathway. It embodies the possibility of cooperation that serves mutual interests while respecting each faction's legitimate concerns and operational requirements. The opening statements revealed both common ground and fundamental disagreements that would require careful navigation throughout the negotiation process. Knight Captain Chen emphasized the Brotherhood's commitment to preventing dangerous technology from falling into inappropriate hands, while acknowledging legitimate commercial interests in maintaining secure trade routes. Colonel Webb focused on Enclave territorial claims based on pre-war military installations, while recognizing contemporary realities that demanded practical accommodation with current power structures. Marcus Vance surprised other delegates with his articulate presentation of Raider interests, framing their control as de facto governance that provided stability through predictable security arrangements, rather than simple extortion that disrupted commercial activity. Rebecca Morrison spoke of economic optimization and infrastructure investment that could benefit all parties through enhanced route capacity and security improvements. As the morning session progressed, Cole guided discussion through systematic examination of each major issue area, identifying points where factional interests aligned, while noting areas requiring substantial compromise. The process revealed complexity beyond simple territorial division. Technical considerations about route maintenance, security concerns regarding various threat types, economic questions about cost sharing and revenue distribution, and jurisdictional issues regarding law enforcement and dispute resolution. The first signs of deliberate sabotage emerged during the midday break, as delegates retreated to their respective quarters for consultation and meal preparation. Technical documents that had been carefully prepared for afternoon review were discovered scattered across the floor of the secure storage room, their contents apparently examined by unauthorized personnel during the morning session. Communication equipment experienced sudden failure that prevented delegates from consulting with their home bases during crucial decision points. Most concerning, the embassy's weapons storage facility showed signs of attempted unauthorized access, though the sophisticated security systems had prevented actual breach. Cole initially attributed these incidents to the stress of hosting such complex negotiations, but the pattern of disruption began suggesting deliberate interference. Each problem individually appeared minor enough to constitute mere inconvenience, Yet collectively, they created cumulative tension that threatened the diplomatic process's stability. His experience managing the embassy had taught recognition of attempts to undermine neutral proceedings, sometimes by factions seeking advantage through chaos, other times by external interests that profited from continued conflict. During the lunch recess, while delegates attended separate meals in their designated areas, Cole conducted discreet investigation of the morning's technical problems. His examination of affected areas revealed evidence of professional intrusion rather than casual vandalism, document examination that suggested intelligence gathering rather than random disruption, equipment sabotage sophisticated enough to avoid triggering obvious alarms, and security system testing that indicated detailed knowledge of embassy procedures. The scope and sophistication of the interference suggested involvement by someone with legitimate access to embassy facilities and detailed understanding of both security measures and negotiation procedures. Cole's suspicion focused on the possibility that one of the negotiating parties was conducting parallel intelligence operations while participating in formal discussions, a violation of embassy neutrality that would undermine the entire institution's credibility if not addressed quickly and decisively. His investigation began with careful observation of each delegation's activities during breaks and informal periods. The Brotherhood representatives maintained their characteristic discipline and focus on stated objectives. The Enclave delegation showed expected wariness, but nothing suggesting deceptive operations. The Raider group displayed normal suspicion of formal proceedings without indication of systematic intelligence gathering. The trading company representatives focused on commercial calculations that aligned with their stated interests. However, Cole noticed anomalies in the behavior of embassy support staff that had not been apparent during routine operations. Thomas Rivera, a communications technician responsible for maintaining contact systems between delegates and their home bases, had been present in all areas where sabotage occurred, with technical access that could explain the observed interference. More concerning, Rivera's background check had revealed previous employment with intelligence organizations that specialized in information gathering and operational disruption. Further discreet observation revealed Rivera's systematic attempts to access restricted areas during periods when his duties provided legitimate presence in embassy facilities. His technical knowledge exceeded what communications maintenance would require, and his casual conversations with delegates from various factions suggested information gathering beyond normal professional interaction. Most significantly, Cole observed Rivera photographing sensitive documents during a routine maintenance period when delegates had left materials briefly unattended. The motivation became clearer through careful analysis of Rivera's background and potential beneficiaries of continued conflict over the mountain pass route. Several mercenary organizations and arms dealers profited from the ongoing territorial disputes that generated demand for security services and military equipment. Successful cooperation would reduce these markets while establishing precedent for similar agreements throughout the Wasteland. Rivera's previous employers included companies that provided exactly these conflict-dependent services. Cole faced the delicate challenge of exposing Rivera's activities without disrupting the negotiation process or creating suspicions among delegates that might prove difficult to resolve. The embassy's credibility depended on absolute neutrality and security, but addressing espionage required careful handling to avoid appearance of favoritism or incompetence. His solution required clear evidence that would be undeniable to all observers, while preserving trust in embassy procedures and integrity. The confrontation was arranged during the afternoon technical maintenance period, when Rivera attempted to access encrypted communication files from the Brotherhood delegation's secure storage area. Cole had positioned embassy security personnel to observe this unauthorized access, while ensuring that representatives from each faction would witness the security breach attempt. Multiple cameras documented Rivera's actions, providing clear evidence of deliberate espionage that could not be dismissed or attributed to misunderstanding. When Rivera was discovered attempting to decrypt sensitive Brotherhood communications, his guilt was immediately apparent to all observers. The sophisticated decryption equipment he carried far exceeded anything required for legitimate communications maintenance, and his inability to provide reasonable explanation for accessing restricted materials eliminated any possibility of innocent mistake. The presence of witnesses from all negotiating factions ensured that no single party could be accused of fabricating evidence or manipulating the situation for tactical advantage. Rivera's removal from embassy facilities and the full explanation of his espionage activities had unexpected positive effects on the negotiation process. The revelation that external interests had sought to gather intelligence on all factions while potentially sabotaging their agreement created shared sense of violation that transcended previous competitive positioning. Knight Captain Chen, Colonel Webb, Marcus Vance, and Rebecca Morrison found common ground in their determination to achieve successful resolution despite outside interference. The subsequent negotiation sessions proceeded with renewed focus and collaborative spirit that had not been evident during morning discussions. The delegates' anger at manipulation created incentive for success that previous diplomatic appeals had not achieved. Technical issues that had seemed intractable during earlier sessions found resolution through creative compromise that served all parties' essential requirements while respecting their distinct operational and cultural needs. The breakthrough came through innovative arrangement that recognized each faction's legitimate interests while establishing cooperative framework for ongoing route management. The Brotherhood would provide security oversight focused on dangerous technology while acknowledging other factions' territorial rights. The Enclave would maintain administrative functions based on their organizational capabilities, while sharing authority with other stakeholders. Raider groups would receive recognition as legitimate security providers within designated areas, while accepting external oversight for serious crimes. Trading companies would invest in infrastructure improvements, while gaining preferential access and reduced toll structures. Most significantly, the agreement established ongoing dispute resolution procedures that utilized embassy-neutral mediation rather than military confrontation for addressing inevitable conflicts that would arise during implementation. This framework created sustainable mechanism for managing cooperation, while providing face-saving alternatives to direct confrontation when disagreements occurred. As negotiations entered their final phase, Cole guided the process toward comprehensive agreement that addressed both immediate operational requirements and long-term governance framework. The accord would establish joint administration council with rotating leadership, security coordination protocols that prevented territorial conflicts, and revenue-sharing arrangements that provided incentives for cooperative maintenance of route infrastructure. The signing ceremony took place in the embassy's main reception hall, as evening light painted the capital wasteland in brilliant colors visible through the facility's restored windows. Representatives from all four negotiating parties affixed their signatures to documents that would govern Mountain Pass access for years to come, their cooperation representing unprecedented achievement in Wasteland diplomatic history. The agreement represented more than route sharing. It demonstrated that traditional enemies could find common ground through neutral mediation when focused on mutual benefit rather than competitive advantage. Cole's closing remarks emphasized the broader significance of their achievement, while acknowledging the challenges that would accompany implementation. Today's agreement proves that the embassy's vision of neutral diplomacy can resolve even the most complex territorial disputes when approached with good faith and creative problem-solving. The precedent established here will influence similar negotiations throughout the Wasteland, demonstrating that cooperation can serve all parties better than continued conflict. The evening reception following the signing ceremony brought together representatives who had begun the day as suspicious competitors and concluded as collaborative partners in managing crucial commercial infrastructure. The informal interactions during dinner and evening conversation revealed personal connections that transcended factional boundaries, shared experiences of wasteland survival, common concerns about regional stability, and mutual respect for professional competence demonstrated during negotiation process. Knight Captain Chen spoke privately with Cole during the reception, expressing appreciation for both his skilled mediation and decisive handling of the espionage crisis. "Your management of the Rivera situation could have destroyed trust among our delegations," she noted with professional respect. "Instead, you turned security breach into unifying force that strengthened our cooperation while preserving embassy credibility." Colonel Webb offered similar praise while discussing implementation challenges that would arise during the agreement's early months. "Managing 4 different operational cultures will require continued neutral oversight," he observed thoughtfully. "The embassy's ongoing availability for dispute resolution will be crucial for this agreement's long-term success." Marcus Vance provided perhaps the most unexpected acknowledgement, his words carrying weight despite his unconventional background. "Never thought I'd say this about any kind of government operation, but you've created something here that actually serves everyone's interests. That's rarer than clean water in the wasteland." Rebecca Morrison focused on practical implications for commercial operations while praising the diplomatic achievement. "This agreement opens possibilities for expanded trade throughout the region," she noted, with evident satisfaction. "The embassy's reputation for neutral mediation will attract other commercial disputes that need professional resolution." As evening concluded and representatives prepared for departure the following morning, Cole reflected on the day's achievements while documenting lessons learned for future complex mediations. The Mountain Pass Agreement represented successful resolution of immediate territorial challenges, but perhaps more importantly, it demonstrated the embassy's value as neutral ground, where seemingly impossible negotiations could achieve positive resolution. The espionage incident had provided valuable insights into external pressures that sought to undermine cooperative agreements among wasteland factions. Cole made detailed notes regarding security measures necessary for maintaining embassy neutrality, recognition of intelligence gathering attempts, and procedures for addressing security breaches without compromising ongoing negotiations. The incident had ultimately strengthened rather than weakened trust in embassy procedures, but only through immediate and transparent response that preserved confidence in neutral mediation. His personal satisfaction came from observation of genuine relationship building among representatives who had arrived as factional competitors and departed as collaborative partners. The informal conversations, shared meals, and evening discussions had created personal connections that would facilitate ongoing cooperation beyond formal agreement requirements. These human connections often proved more valuable than legal documents for ensuring sustainable implementation of negotiated settlements. The morning departure ceremony maintained dignified formality appropriate to such significant achievement, with each delegation expressing appreciation for embassy mediation and commitment to faithful agreement implementation. The documents would be transmitted to respective faction headquarters for ratification and operational implementation, but the personal agreements reached among individual representatives ensured that cooperation would proceed with good faith effort from all parties. Cole remained in the embassy complex after delegation's departure, completing final documentation and coordinating with regional authorities regarding agreement implementation and monitoring. The accord would require ongoing diplomatic maintenance and occasional intervention for inevitable disputes, but its existence proved that neutral mediation could achieve cooperation where traditional negotiation had failed. The embassy's growing reputation would undoubtedly attract additional requests for mediation services from throughout the Wasteland territories. As afternoon light faded across the capital Wasteland, Cole prepared for evening review of pending mediation requests, while reflecting on diplomatic lessons learned and their application to future challenges. The embassy represented more than successful business venture. It embodied proof that neutral institutions could survive and prosper in post-war environment when based on genuine service to all parties rather than factional advantage. The success of the Mountain Pass negotiations would enhance the embassy's reputation and attract more complex disputes requiring neutral resolution. But Cole understood that each success increased expectations and responsibilities. Maintaining absolute neutrality required constant vigilance against attempts at corruption, infiltration, or manipulation by interests that preferred conflict to cooperation. The embassy's survival depended on delivering consistent results that served all parties' legitimate interests while preserving the neutral principles that made such service possible. While Marcus Cole concluded his evening documentation in the restored grandeur of the Wasteland Embassy, hundreds of miles away in the harsh mountain territories of the Western Reaches, an NCR diplomatic officer was preparing for what might prove an impossible assignment. The orders had arrived through encrypted channels: negotiate safe passage with the Jackal Raiders, a task that conventional wisdom deemed hopeless, given their reputation for savage brutality. As the diplomat gathered intelligence and prepared for departure to an abandoned ski lodge high in the treacherous peaks, superiors in distant offices were already planning contingencies that would test every principle of honorable negotiation. While our embassy facilitators savored the success of neutral mediation, our next tale beckons from the windswept mountains, where duty and conscience prepare for inevitable collision. Join us for The Diplomat's Dilemma. The Sierra Nevada mountains rose against the morning sky like ancient sentinels, their snow-capped peaks gleaming in the early sunlight, while deep valleys remained shrouded in mist and shadow. The landscape presented both beauty and danger in equal measure. Pristine wilderness interrupted by the skeletal remains of pre-war infrastructure, where rusted chairlifts and collapsed bridges spoke of recreational activities that had been rendered impossible by atomic fire and the harsh realities of post-war survival. Along a winding mountain road that had once carried tourists to alpine getaways, a solitary figure made careful progress through terrain that demanded respect from even experienced wasteland travelers. Lieutenant Colonel Sarah Martinez of the New California Republic's Diplomatic Corps moved with the measured pace of someone who understood that haste in such environment could prove fatal. Her military training adapted to accommodate the treacherous footing and unpredictable weather conditions that characterized high-altitude travel. Her equipment reflected the unique challenges of her assignment: diplomatic credentials and negotiation materials, secured alongside survival gear and defensive weapons appropriate for mountain wilderness. Unlike typical NCR diplomatic missions conducted in secure facilities or established settlements, this negotiation would take place in territory controlled by one of the Wasteland's most notorious raider factions, requiring preparation that balanced professional diplomacy with pragmatic survival considerations. The mission that had brought her to these remote peaks represented what her superiors privately considered an impossible task: negotiating safe passage agreements with the Jackal raiders who controlled crucial mountain passes essential for near-sea supply lines to northern settlements. Previous attempts at resolution had failed catastrophically, with diplomatic envoys disappearing or returning with reports of demands so unreasonable that military action seemed the only viable alternative. Martina's selection for this assignment reflected both her exceptional diplomatic skills and her background in wilderness survival that might enable success where conventional approaches had failed. The abandoned ski lodge that served as the designated meeting location appeared gradually through morning mist as she climbed the final approach to the negotiation site. The structure retained surprising integrity despite decades of abandonment. Its rustic architecture, designed to withstand harsh mountain weather, had preserved it better than many pre-war buildings in more temperate regions. Large windows that had once offered scenic views now provided tactical advantages for observation and natural lighting, while multiple levels and rooms offered possibilities for private consultation during complex negotiations. Most importantly for the current mission, the lodge's remote location and difficult access made it unsuitable for large military forces, ensuring that negotiations would proceed based on diplomatic skill rather than implied threat of overwhelming force. The neutral venue had been suggested by the Jackal leadership themselves, indicating their serious intent to explore alternatives to continued conflict. With the neutral territory, Martinez paused at the lodge's entrance, reviewing final intelligence reports while conducting security assessment of the immediate area. Her briefing materials contained extensive background on Jackal raider culture, leadership structure, and previous diplomatic contacts, but much of this information remained speculative, given the faction's secretive nature and the limited success of previous intelligence gathering efforts. What remained clear was that conventional assumptions about raider behavior might not apply to this particular group, whose territorial control suggested organizational sophistication beyond typical wasteland predators. The interior of the ski lodge revealed careful preparation for formal negotiations, rather than the casual disregard for ceremony that characterized most raider interactions with outsiders. The main reception area had been cleared and arranged with seating appropriate for structured discussion, while personal quarters had been designated for each party's private use during extended negotiation. Most significantly, weapon storage areas had been established with mutual access protocols that suggested genuine commitment to diplomatic process rather than elaborate ambush preparation. As midday approached, the Jackal delegation arrived with the punctuality that reinforced Martinez's assessment of their seriousness regarding negotiation rather than mere intimidation display. The group consisted of 5 individuals whose appearance challenged stereotypical expectations of raider leadership. While bearing the distinctive tattoos and modified equipment that identified their faction affiliation, their demeanor suggested tactical discipline rather than casual brutality. Marcus Vex Donovan, the Jackal leader serving as primary negotiator, presented himself with unexpected dignity and articulate communication skills that contrasted sharply with intelligence reports describing typical raider leadership characteristics. His personal history, pieced together from various sources, included pre-war education and military service that had been adapted to post-war survival requirements. His reputation among Wasteland factions reflected strategic thinking and organizational capability that had transformed the Jackals from opportunistic raiders into territorial power with legitimate governance structures. Colonel Martinez, Vex greeted her with formal courtesy that acknowledged her military rank while maintaining equality appropriate for diplomatic engagement. The Jackal Coalition appreciates NCR willingness to explore peaceful resolution of territorial conflicts through negotiation rather than military action. We hope today's discussions will establish foundation for sustainable cooperation that serves both parties' legitimate interests. Martinez responded with appropriate diplomatic protocol, while noting the sophisticated language and concepts that suggested preparation far beyond typical raider capabilities. The new California Republic seeks mutually beneficial arrangements that respect territorial sovereignty while ensuring secure passage for essential supply operations. We believe diplomatic resolution serves both parties better than continued conflict that benefits neither side's long-term interests. The formal opening session revealed complexity far beyond simple extortion demands that previous intelligence had suggested. Vex presented detailed territorial maps showing traditional jackal hunting grounds, resource extraction areas, and defensive positions developed over decades of mountain survival. His requests for recognition reflected genuine governance concerns rather than mere banditry. Medical supplies for civilian dependents, acknowledgement of jackal territorial rights, and amnesty for past actions that had occurred during survival conflicts rather than aggressive expansion. The Jackal Coalition seeks legitimacy rather than charity, Vex explained, his presentation supported by documentation that demonstrated organized administration of controlled territory. We offer secure passage through our lands in exchange for recognition as lawful authority within designated boundaries, medical assistance for our people, and acceptance that previous conflicts arose from territorial defense rather than criminal aggression. Martina found herself confronting assumptions that had shaped NCR policy regarding raider factions throughout their territorial expansion. The Jackal's demands appeared reasonable within context of legitimate governance, rather than predatory exploitation, their organizational structure more resembling frontier settlements than typical raider gangs. The medical supplies they requested were basic necessities rather than luxury items. Their territorial claims were based on decades of actual occupation and development rather than opportunistic seizure, and their offers of cooperation suggested genuine desire for peaceful coexistence rather than temporary tactical advantage. As negotiations progressed, through systematic examination of specific terms and implementation procedures, Martinez maintained professional focus while noting the growing contrasts between her mission briefing and observed reality. The Jackals demonstrated knowledge of international law, understanding of diplomatic precedent, and commitment to detailed implementation that suggested legitimate governmental aspirations rather than sophisticated criminal deception. During the midday recess, while Vex and his advisors retreated for consultation, Martinez reviewed encrypted communications from NCR headquarters that had arrived through secure relay systems. The messages revealed information that transformed her understanding of both her mission and her government's actual intentions regarding the negotiation process. Colonel Bradley Hayes, her direct superior, had transmitted operational updates that assumed diplomatic failure while outlining military contingencies already being positioned for immediate implementation. The most disturbing revelation came through careful reading of coded instructions that outlined NCR military preparations for post-negotiation scenarios. 3 companies of NCR Rangers were already positioned within striking distance of known Jackal settlements, with authorization to commence pacification operations, regardless of negotiation outcomes. Martinez realized that her diplomatic mission served primarily as delay tactic, while military forces maneuvered into optimal attack positions. Her role reduced to providing legal justification for predetermined military action. Further encrypted messages revealed the cynical calculation behind her assignment. High Command expected diplomatic failure that would justify military action, while successful negotiations would be implemented only long enough to complete military preparations for eliminating the Jackal faction entirely. Her reputation for honest negotiation had been exploited to provide credibility for a process designed to fail. Her personal integrity used as cover for deception that violated every principle of diplomatic honor she had dedicated her career to upholding. The afternoon session proceeded with renewed tension as Martinez struggled to maintain professional composure while processing the implications of her discovery. Vex continued presenting reasonable proposals with evident good faith, his detailed implementation plans demonstrating genuine commitment to sustainable cooperation. His discussions of long-term territorial development, educational opportunities for Jackal children, and integration of traditional culture with contemporary necessities revealed aspirations that transcended simple survival to encompass genuine community building. Our people have survived in these mountains for decades through cooperation and mutual support, Vex explained during discussion of proposed administrative structures. We seek recognition that allows continuation of our way of life while contributing to broader regional stability. The alternative, continued conflict, serves no one's interests and prevents development that could benefit both NCR citizens and Jackal communities. Martinez found herself genuinely impressed by the sophistication of Jagger proposals, while simultaneously horrified by her government's deception regarding their true intentions. The negotiations were producing exactly the type of sustainable agreement that diplomatic theory suggested should satisfy both parties' legitimate interests. Yet her superiors had already decided that honoring such agreement would be politically impossible, regardless of its practical benefits. As evening approached, Martinez faced the most challenging ethical decision of her diplomatic career. Her orders explicitly required reporting negotiation progress while maintaining ignorance of military preparations that would render any agreement meaningless. Honoring her government's expectations would mean betraying not only the Jackal negotiators, who had demonstrated good faith, but her own professional principles and personal integrity that had been built through years of honest diplomatic service. The secure communication session scheduled for evening contact with NCR headquarters would require her to either deceive her superiors about negotiation progress or warn Vex about impending military action that would violate every diplomatic norm and legal principle governing legitimate negotiation. Either choice would have profound consequences for her career, her personal integrity, and potentially the lives of civilians on both sides who would suffer from renewed conflict. Martinez spent the evening hours in solitary contemplation, reviewing both her professional obligations and personal moral code, while considering alternatives that might serve justice without completely destroying her ability to influence future situations. The mountain night provided stark backdrop for these deliberations. Clear skies revealing stars that had watched over human conflict for millennia, their distant light offering perspective on decisions that seemed overwhelming from human temporal viewpoint. Her personal history had been shaped by commitment to diplomatic ideals that emphasized honest negotiation, respect for legitimate authority, and pursuit of solutions that served civilian welfare over political advantage. The NCR's founding principles supposedly embodied these same values, but her current situation revealed the gap between institutional rhetoric and operational reality when political considerations overrode ethical constraint. The morning brought no easy resolution to her ethical dilemma, but did provide clarity regarding her personal choice between competing loyalties. Martinez realized that her primary obligation was not to any particular government or military hierarchy, but to the principles of honest diplomacy that made peaceful resolution possible in a world too often dominated by violence and deception. Her decision would be based on serving these principles rather than institutional expectations that violated them. The final negotiation session proceeded, with Martinez maintaining professional demeanor while internally committing to actions that would preserve diplomatic integrity regardless of personal consequences. The agreement reached with Vex addressed all substantive issues through reasonable compromise that balanced NCR supply requirements with Jackal territorial rights, established implementation timelines that provided adequate security for both parties, and created dispute resolution mechanisms that emphasized continued negotiation over military confrontation. This agreement represents exactly what diplomatic negotiation should achieve, Vex observed during the signing ceremony, his words carrying both satisfaction and cautious optimism. Both parties receive essential benefits through cooperation rather than the zero-sum competition that characterizes most wasteland politics. Implementation will require good faith effort from both sides, but the framework provides sustainable foundation for long-term cooperation. Martinez signed the documents with full awareness that her government intended to violate them, her signature representing personal commitment to principles that transcended institutional betrayal. The agreement itself was sound, its terms serving both parties' legitimate interests while establishing precedent for similar cooperation throughout the Wasteland territories. Its failure would result from political calculation rather than diplomatic inadequacy. The evening following successful conclusion of formal negotiations brought private conversation between Martinez and Vex that revealed mutual respect developed through professional interaction. His insights regarding regional politics and NCR expansion policies demonstrated understanding that extended far beyond typical raider perspectives, while her acknowledgement of Jackal legitimacy represented personal evolution beyond institutional prejudices. I've never negotiated with NCR representative who treated our concerns as genuinely legitimate rather than obstacles to be managed, Vex noted during their informal discussion. Your approach suggests that peaceful coexistence might actually be possible when both parties commit to honest engagement with each other's actual needs and constraints. Martinez's response carried weight of her impending decision while maintaining necessary diplomatic discretion. Successful diplomacy requires recognizing that most conflicts arise from misunderstanding rather than fundamental incompatibility. When parties approach negotiation with genuine commitment to finding solutions, agreement usually becomes possible through patient exploration of mutual interests. The secure communication session with NCR headquarters that evening required Martinez to report successful negotiation while concealing her knowledge of planned military betrayal. Colonel Hayes expressed satisfaction with her diplomatic achievement while providing updated operational timelines that assumed agreement implementation would proceed normally. His casual references to contingency planning revealed confidence that military option remained available if unexpected complications arose during implementation phase. Martinez's final report emphasized the agreement's strategic value for NCR interests, while subtly warning about potential consequences of betraying negotiated settlements. Her language balanced loyalty to institutional objectives with preservation of diplomatic principles, creating written record that might provide some protection against future accusations of disloyalty, while establishing foundation for ethical justification of whatever actions she chose to take. The following morning brought departure preparations that would determine whether Martinez honored her institutional obligations or her personal ethical commitments. The decision had crystallized during night-long contemplation. She would fulfill her responsibility to preserve diplomatic integrity, by providing Vex with information necessary to protect his people from NCR deception, regardless of personal consequences that might result from this choice. A private conversation with Vex before departure carried implications that extended far beyond immediate circumstances. Successful implementation of our agreement will require vigilance against parties who prefer conflict to cooperation, she observed, her careful language conveying warning without explicit betrayal of classified information. History suggests that legitimate authorities must remain prepared to defend negotiated settlements against those who would violate them for political advantage. Vex's response indicated understanding of her implication while maintaining diplomatic discretion that protected both parties from accusations of improper communication. The Jackal Coalition appreciates NCR commitment to honoring negotiated agreements through faithful implementation. We remain prepared to fulfill our obligations while maintaining necessary security against any parties who might threaten the peace we have established through honest negotiation. This exchange established mutual understanding that would enable appropriate defensive preparations without creating evidence of explicit intelligence sharing that might compromise Martinez's position within NCR hierarchy. Her approach balanced loyalty to diplomatic principles with practical necessity of protecting innocent lives, while preserving her ability to influence future situations where honest negotiation might prevent unnecessary conflict. The journey down from the mountain lodge provided opportunity for reflection on decisions made and their likely consequences for her diplomatic career and personal integrity. Martinez understood that her choice to preserve negotiated agreement through warning the Jackal leadership would probably end her service with NCR Diplomatic Corps, but maintaining institutional position through betrayal of diplomatic principles would have destroyed her ability to serve any constructive purpose in future negotiations. Her personal philosophy had been shaped by conviction that diplomacy's essential function was preventing unnecessary conflict through honest engagement with legitimate interests on all sides. Institutional pressures that corrupted this function ultimately served no government's long-term interests, since sustainable agreements required good faith implementation that political cynicism made impossible. Her decision to preserve diplomatic integrity would serve NCR's actual interests better than following orders that violated principles necessary for effective international relations. As she descended toward the lower elevations where NCR territory began, Martinez composed a mental framework for whatever disciplinary proceedings might result from her choices. Her defense would emphasize that faithful implementation of negotiated agreements served NCR strategic interests better than military action that would create permanent hostility while establishing precedent for diplomatic bad faith that would complicate future negotiations throughout the region. The mountain peaks receded behind her as afternoon light painted the landscape in warm colors that softened the harsh realities of post-war survival. Her mission had achieved diplomatic success that honor required her to protect against institutional betrayal, regardless of personal cost. The agreement with the Jackal Coalition represented proof that even traditional enemies could find common ground through honest negotiation when approached with genuine commitment to mutual benefit rather than zero-sum competition. Martinez's diplomatic career had been built on conviction that words could achieve what weapons could not. Sustainable resolution of conflicts that served all parties' legitimate interests while preventing unnecessary bloodshed. Her decision to preserve the Mountain Pass Agreement through personal sacrifice embodied this conviction in its purest form, choosing diplomatic integrity over institutional loyalty when the two proved incompatible. The gathering dusk brought her to familiar Nessiar territory, where military checkpoints and established infrastructure marked the transition from wilderness negotiation back to institutional reality. Tomorrow would bring whatever consequences resulted from her choices, But tonight provided peaceful transition between the successful completion of honest diplomacy and the uncertain future that awaited those who chose principle over political convenience in a world where such choices carried profound personal cost. Thanks for wandering the wasteland with me tonight. If these stories helped you relax, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. For uninterrupted sleep, these videos play straight through without ads, letting the sounds of the wasteland guide you all night long. If you want more, check out our Patreon for early access and exclusive Spotify playlists. Link in the description. Sleep well, fellow vault dwellers. May your dreams be peaceful and your nights raid-free. Good night.